Mm-hmm. See if it works. Mm-hmm. Hello? Just trying to get the chat thing figured out. There we go. Hey, now it works. Let's change it to make this a little more transparent, I guess. Or, I guess it's fine. Alright, this is a window. Okay. Let's try closing it then. Oh, now it just opens straight up. Okay. Why don't I get it so... Theme... guess I can't change anything from these settings. Alright. Hide this window, keep this window open. We'll do it like that. Okay. Anyways, before we get started, I want to thank a friend of mine. He just recently became a member of the squad as a senior officer, so I appreciate that. I've known you for a long time, prideful one. So I want to give a shout out to you, and I hope in the near future we have to play some more games together like we did in the past. And I have my chat box set up so you guys could say whatever you want to me in the tech or during the gameplay videos and ask me whatever you want to ask or talk about whatever you want to talk about. But to start off the night, we're going to talk about Bad Touch, which is the last of the commanders from Assassin's Creed that I wanted to play and build. It was Aveline de Grand Prix. The significance about her is she kind of plays very similar to Finn, the Fangbearer, where Finn was, whenever a creature with Death Touch dealt damage to a person, you applied 2 poison counters. She also does this kind of weird effect where when you go to combat with your Death Touching creatures, you force your opponents into this tough decision. Either A, they trade off a creature and they trade down with something of cheaper cost, because I'm running a lot of low to the ground Death Touchers in this deck, or they let it hit them and they get really big. For every time a creature with Death Touch deals damage to a player, they put that many counters on themselves. The disguise ability doesn't really matter on her because she's from the command zone. There's not really any secrets she can be hiding from anybody. And in case you weren't aware, this deck is $92. I kept it well below the $100 threshold, so it should maintain within that budget for a decent amount of time. We'll go over the first couple of creatures. We'll go over the 1-drops. I have 21 in total in this deck, so the curve is quite impressive. Look at that bar graph. Love to see it. The average is 1.52. It's not one of my cheapest, but it's still pretty darn cheap. First creature, of Fang of Shigeki. If you like white weenies, this might be a deck for you. If you ever played white weenies in like a 60 card format, this deck kind of plays very similarly in terms of aggro. You'll go turn 1 drop, turn 2 more 1-drops, and then hopefully you drop Aveline in the following turn 3 or turn... I guess, yeah, turn 3 would be ideal, because I do have a package outside of just Death Touchers that are 1-drops, but my Ram package is also pretty darn good. That's one of the best parts about green, and it's a creature-heavy deck. It's 37 creatures. Actually, all 3 of the decks I built for this week are all very creature-heavy in general. Just to get a beat and see that everything's working, feel free to type something in chat. I want to make sure that this special window here works. Say whatever you want. Freak is chosen. Another 1-drop with Death Touch. Ankle Biter. Mirkwood Spider. This has the bonus of attacking and gives a legendary creature Death Touch, but everything already has Death Touch, so it's not necessary at all. It's just a nice little guy to play and have start building off of itself real fast. In terms of Also, what it feels like when I was playing this is it feels like Sovereign Akanau. If you ever played that, it's the Selesnya cat from Caverns of Ixalan. The difference in between the style is significant. When in the Aveline deck, you have to make a connection to the player. With the Sovereign Akanau deck, you don't. You just have to declare Sovereign as an attacker. But that's the trade-off is in Aveline, Aveline doesn't have to attack to get the trigger. So it's like a give and take kind of a relationship. Whatever you'd prefer. Tajaru Blightblade, another one-drop Death Toucher. Fallmire Knight, this has the added benefit of having an adventure to draw a card and lose a life. Sedge Scorpion, another one drop poison, or not poison, Death Toucher. Ashnod Flesh Machinist. This has a little extra value. Whenever it attacks, you can sack another creature. If you do create a tap Power Stone, you probably never would be doing that personally. This is not an artifact deck. You're not going to be taking a whole lot of advantage of the Power Stone. Sorry, indigestion. Tonight was me and my wife's anniversary. We've been married for 6 years, but we've been together for, I think 11 years now. Been a busy day, and we had a nice meal, went out to eat. Just still regurgitating some of that, and I don't know how to burp, so it does take a toll on me. Moss Viper, another one drop Death Toucher. Typhoid Rats, Bilious Skull Dweller. This one has Toxic. Not that it really matters. The only time it matters is if I have Finn in play. Then I can consistently put the poison counters on people, but I honestly don't care. The best part of this deck is the one drop package because it's very what's the word? Redundant, maxed out. If you like low to the ground and aggro, this is definitely gonna be a list for you. Ruthless Ripper has the benefit you could play it face down by morphing it, but I feel like when people see this in your command zone, they can put two together that the thing you're putting face down is a Death Toucher, so you might as well just play it face up. Hired Poisoner, Wasteland Viper. This one has Blood Rush, so you can give an attacking creature +1/+2. Do some kind of combat trick if you wanted to. Narnum Renegade, this one has Revolt. It could come in with an additional counter on it should something leave the battlefield that turn. So, like, you could typically want to play around the Revolt mechanic is you play things main phase 2 post-combat because things could be traded off and you get the counter. Now, this is the one-drop ramp package. We got Wild Growth, we got Utopia Sprawl, we got all the elves like Land of War Elves, Elvish Mystic, Findhorn Elves. You have a 4-drop commander, and it's important that you get it down as fast as you can. So, if you could do it earlier, it's almost always better. Gnarwood Dryad, Death Toucher with Delirium. I like Delirium, or I like these creatures' design in general. Things that scale up into mid to late game are super fun. Revitalization Repass. This is one of the new MDFC cards that came out in MH3. I like the dual colored ones a lot, even though they don't come in untapped like the monocolored ones. The abilities are quite significant. Like an instant speed gives something protection and puts a counter on it. Pretty ideal. And then the trade-off is if you're going to have access to 2 colors on the backside, it should come in tapped. I think if it didn't, this would probably be like a $10 uncommon. Nature's Claim deal with pesky artifacts and enchantments at instant speed. I like my removal packages to be 2 mana or less and at instant speed because you never know what you're going to be dealing with. If it's a combo list, having things being done at sorcery speed is never good enough. So if you can, always pick the instant. And Vampire of the Dire Moon, Death Touch and Lifelink. Oddly enough, the most expensive one drop at $1.84. Finn the Fangbearer, I already talked a little bit about this one. Sorry, let me adjust this. Um, death touching creature, or death touching creatures when they connect get to throw poison on people. Guildhorn Prowler, I like this one for the card advantage package, or has a card advantage piece stapled onto it. On death, as long as it wasn't blocking, you get to draw. Master's Rebuke. Now, I normally really loathe conditional removal, but since all my creatures have Death Touch, these conditional removal pieces become unconditional. You just deal damage from a Death Touching source, and things die. Same with Bite Down. Dusk Shell Crawler. This is a fun use of the mechanic of trample. If you don't know how the keywords of trample and death touch work, is trample specifically says you will only have to assign the minimum of lethal damage to kill a creature and the rest goes over. In the form of death touch, say I attack with a 3/3 and someone blocks with their 4/4, I will only have to assign 1 damage to that 4/4 and the other 2 will spill over and hit the opponent. It's pretty awesome. Hunter's Bow, an equipment that has a damage dealing mechanic, and I could use it for Ward 2 and Reach. Ram Through, this lets you deal excess damage if the creature had Trample. Pretty fun. Probably in the late game, this will come up. I don't have a lot of things that give Trample. I'm running this just for when I have a hard time getting in. I feel like people will let you hit them up to a certain point, and then when your stuff becomes so big that it becomes a lethal attacker, then they'll start chump blocking you, and that at that point they're just buying you time, and hopefully you're so low to the ground and have gotten so wide that throwing chump blockers in front of your stuff won't buy them enough time. That's what I'm hoping, but the trample is a nice clause. There's a couple of other ones you could run. You could run the Gnarlid that does the same thing. You could also run the Elf Warrior. That one's a little more expensive. It's like $10. Both of the other ones I'm talking about have the clause of if it has a counter on it, it gains trample. Or you could play the 2-drop enchantment that gives all your stuff trample, and just skip the +1/+1 counter thing altogether. But at 14 cents, it's a pretty good deal. Cheville Bane of Monsters. This is kind of fun. At the beginning of your upkeep, if no opponent has a bounty counter on something, you get to put one on a creature. And then whenever that permanent should die, you get to gain 3 life and draw a card. The way you play with this guy is you just pick the permanent that you think is going to most likely die in the very near future. Other than something you control. In that case, you might be the only one with a lot of stuff that people want dead, and you'll be kind of, up poop creek a little bit, but I'm sure people will be playing threatening things outside of what your deck has that people will universally want gone, and you'll just gain an added benefit from it. Golgari Charm. This is purely in here for saving your board. It gives all your creatures regenerate till end of turn. Respond to board wipes with this. That's what I would save this for. And then if you absolutely have to, destroy an enchantment, or you could give all creatures -1/-1, which could be irrelevant if you're playing against token decks, and you might have scaled up by then, where that doesn't affect you, despite you running a bunch of 1-drops with 1 toughness. Rapid Vigor. This also regenerates all the creatures on your board. Really good for 90 cents. I'm not going to talk about the ramp package or protection pieces. The only thing that was fun to really talk about was the removal, because I normally never get to play stuff like this. Most of the time I play removal and it's universally the same, and it just follows my rules of instant speed in 2 mana and less. Dolmen Gate, because I had a lot of spare room when I was putting this deck together. I At original design, I had like $40 in change left to play with. And I was like, you know what, let's use it and let's splurge on things that would make this deck a lot better. And Dolmen Gate is one of them. It makes it so your attacking creatures don't take damage, so your opponents really have a really lousy decision at that point. They lose a creature, or they take damage and your stuff gets bigger, and it's a lose-lose no matter what. Nighthawk Scavenger, this thing hits like a truck. Most of your Death Touchers don't have a lot of power on the front end. This is one of your few exceptions where it's evasive and has power on the front end. It also has lifelink, which could be useful for when you're going balls to the wall, attacking with everything all the time. You should probably never be defensive unless everyone can effectively stuff your board out. Hood Blight Fang. I keep adding L's to things. Blight Fang. This allows it so when a Death Toucher connects with the Planeswalker, you Death Touch the Planeswalker. It also drains your opponents for 1 life, and you gain a life for each attacking Death Toucher. Honest Rutstein, I've always wanted to try this guy out. He's a really sweet uncommon where you get to return a creature from your graveyard back to your hand, and then he's a coupon for creatures. For a deck that has 37 creatures, that should be pretty useful. Branching Evolution. Now, I had a choice. I could include the things that double your counters and include the things that only add an additional. I decided to cut out the additional ones because of tempo reasons. It wasn't accelerating my game as fast as I would have liked. Doubling counters is a different story. The ceiling is much higher than just adding an additional one. So I eventually just cut things like Hardened Scales, just because I had like 6+ cards left over on the back end that needed to go, and had to make a hard decision, and then it went away. But if you wanted to add things like Hardened Scales to your decks, I won't judge you for it. It makes perfect sense why it would be in here. I just had to make some room for something better. Glissa the Sunslayer. She's really nice. Gives you card advantage. Lets you destroy an enchantment or remove 3 counters from a target permanent. This could mess up a lot of planeswalkers. I like Glissa a lot in that you don't have to sacrifice damage to mess with planeswalkers as well. You also don't have to remove counters from the planeswalker of the player you hit. You could hit a different player who's more vulnerable and potentially kill a planeswalker on someone else's board. Quite nice. Vargoth Blood Sky Sire. This lets you tutor stuff and put it on top of your library. Normally I don't like tutors that put things on top of your library, but since it's recurable, it's like, why not? Give it a shot. Toxic Deluge. This is now budget friendly at $4. I've been waiting a long time to play Toxic on the channel. It's finally here. This is one of the best board wipes ever made, and it's because it costs 3 mana, and you get to manipulate how much this Toxic Deluge hits the board for. So you could salvage parts of yours and still eliminate everyone else's. And since we're going to be scaling our stuff up, it's very possible that you could sweep up everything else and not your own board with it. Corpse Jack Menace, this is one of the other +1/+1 counter doublers. It's great in here. Occam Adversary, this is a card advantage piece, and has cost reduction. Because green is such a popular color, most of the time I imagine you'll be paying 2 for this pretty consistently. Beast Whisperer for card draw. It's a creature heavy deck. Toski, whenever a creature deals damage to an opponent, you draw. So it's just adding more difficult decisions for your opponents. It might make it more obvious, you know what I mean? Because not only are you making your stuff bigger, but you're drawing cards too. That might be too much, and people might start chump blocking then. But I'm all about decisions harder for people, or making decisions harder for people. Viewpoint synchronization. This is one of the new free running cards in green. This is an assassin commander, so you'll effectively be casting this for 3, I imagine, pretty consistently. But it's like a cracked out version of Cultivate. You search for 3 basics, put 2 into play, put 1 in hand. Moldavine Reclamation. Whenever a creature you control dies, draw a card, gain a life. Creeping Renaissance. Your crux of your deck is going to be board wipes. That's why the Vigor is in here. That's why the Golgari Charm is in here. This is for, the non-preemptive recovery. This is the post-recovery. I'm not the biggest fan of it because it costs 5 mana, but it's better than nothing, and it picks up a big swath of your board. Ornn Frostfang, another Toski, but this gives all your attacker creatures Death Touch, so it gives your non-Death Touchers Death Touch, like your Mana Dorks, your Toski, what have you. Put Vigor in this. This is basically more expensive Dolmen Gate. Creatures that are dealt damage are prevented, and you put more +1/+1 counters on your stuff, so it makes your stuff incredibly scary. And then I threw Rise of the Dark Realms. This should hit a lot of stuff. Your opponents will be forced to trade off with you, so their graveyards are going to be full by the time you get to 9 mana. Your graveyard's probably going to be full. It's a great spell. Oddly enough, I would play the double-sided Shouldered that has the Saga that does the same thing, but it's like $15, and I couldn't condone putting it in here for that price tag, so left it out. But if you want to upgrade, including the Shouldered that does effectively the same thing as Rise, I would throw it in here. And that's the tech. Now that we talked about it, let's play the game. See how are we doing in here? Nope. Okay. I guess I should scoot over for the opponent's chat bar. I guess while we wait, let's go to look at spoilers. Sometimes games take a while to fire off. Bloomberg comes out soon. This comes out August 2nd, by the way. Didn't really get much chance to think and talk about this card. All right, we are starting. This is a good hand. Got 2/1 drops, some card advantage, protection, and removal. And a ramp piece. It's literally a little bit of everything that you want. See what we're against. Cambal, Ezio, and Corvold. Ew. I'm definitely going to be beaten on the Corvold player. I don't care how casual a lobby it is. Corvold is very far from being casual. It's super strong. Usually when people start with a bog, um, it's because they don't have very many lands in their hand and they're worried about having a clunky start. Or they don't want to deal with any tempo issues, like maybe he has a turn 2 mana rock that he doesn't want to miss out on. And at least 2 different reasons for why he did what he did. Vampire of the Dire Hunt ain't bad. I hope next turn I draw a land, because then I'm guaranteed to play my commander in turn 3. But I might have to pop my Night's Whisper off to, maybe dig for a land so I don't miss the tempo potential. And I was right about the Kimball. He had a rock they didn't want to miss out on. I don't feel like Ezio will be a problem against me because I'm such a creature heavy deck. I should be able to block out something with Menace, no problem. I'll probably need some other piece to make it so you could connect with that. On its own, it ain't quite good enough. Forgot to say hello to the folks in here. Weirdly enough, it populated down here. Thinking real hard about that shock land. Hey, we drew the land. Alright, so I don't have to commit with Night's Whisper. I could play my Swifties. Because your deck sort of depends on your commander being in play, you definitely need the protection piece. As long as the thing isn't on board, your stuff doesn't get any bigger, and then you're just punching people with a bunch of 1/1s. The decision becomes too easy about letting stuff hit them or not. But I guess it staves off a bunch of aggro, leaving them up as blockers. Ooh, Blood Chief Ascension? That's a pretty annoying card. Whenever he puts something in his graveyard, or is it whenever we put a card in our graveyard? Yeah. So, it's not turned on yet. He needs at least 3 blood counters on it, or Ascension counters. And that happens when someone has lost 2 or more life on their turn. I think it checks every end step. Yeah, it's pretty wild. And at that point, whenever a card goes into our graveyards, we lose life, he gains 2 life. Gets to sit back and hang out. Not attacking with the Ezio here. I guess he's not much of a rush because his activated ability forces people to go to 10 life. Interesting. It doesn't reset the life, it checks if a life total is 10 or less. So it's not as powerful as I thought it was. You could still play plenty of things in Magic to set people's life totals to that amount. Like, um, you could do it with the tree. You could do it with Sorin and the Magister Sphinx. Hmm. Did someone lose life? I guess he did. Oh, he played a Shockland. Wow. That does count. Could play my commander, but I'm still... I can't both play my commander and equip the boots, so I guess I'll do other stuff. Oh no, it wasn't even He played 2 non-creature spells and drained himself for 4. That's what it was. Hey, well, get into the north. Drain herself for another 2. Get all the damage out of the way. You know it. Wouldn't be much of a... It'd be counterproductive not to be playing Death Touch, I think. Yeah. Aveline riches, huh? That's kind of interesting. So far, this Kimball player has played a lot of gas. On the right player's turn, he plays Corvold, sacks his random 1/1, gets 2 treasures, and gets a scry card, and draw a card. And then if he wants, he could sack both of those treasures to draw more cards. But I do have 2 removal pieces. I guess the middle player's not doing so hot. They're missing lands. I wonder if we could just split the difference here. We could do it like that. So you'll have 3 mana this turn. Or at least 3 mana just from 2 treasures and what he has left untapped. I thought this made a treasure. Okay, never mind. It does work really well to play treasure with this deck, though. Damn. Now I kind of wish I played that differently. There's no way I could have known that he had the lightning greaves in hand, but out of like fear and preparation, maybe I played Into the North and Swiftfoot Boots. Maybe I should have withheld on the Swiftfoot Boots and saved it for interacting with this just in case of that happening. Well, on the bright side, I don't think he's going to be blocking my 1-1. And if anyone had interaction, they would have blown that up, so I'm feeling pretty safe about casting this guy. Well, that player's not going to block. If the left player got a board wipe, that'd be pretty rotten because I wouldn't have got my Molder Vine down fast enough. I'll miss out on a bunch of card draw. Nor would I have the best of follow-ups because I have conditional removal spells that depend on me having a Death Toucher in play. And a card draw piece that would be a while before I actually saw a card from it. So next turn, if I connect with Aveline, I put 6 counters on her, and if I connect with the vampire, I'll put 2 on her. Become 12/12 and a 4/4. They literally double with every passing attack. Gift of Mortality works for him. Stuffs my board out pretty good. I could respond to it. When the gift comes back and tries re-enchanting it, I can just shoot it off and make the thing fizzle. Do I even have an opportunity to shoot it? Because it brings it back, I think, simultaneously, so maybe that's not even good enough. In that case, Molder Vine will be my next play, unless I draw something better. But I really don't want a board wipe to happen and me not to get some gas to play with the right player here. They're going to be seeing much more cards, I'm sure, on their next turn. And the middle player goes down. Didn't draw a land, I guess. And honestly, the right player, it's in his interest to deal with this left player. Um, that Blood Chief Ascension is pretty harsh on the Corval decks because they sack things and things go to the graveyard all the time. But they do draw a card every time they do that. And they could draw something significant. It's a bummer. The middle player dropped out. I think they're still watching the game because I didn't get the notification that they left. He seemed excited to see that I was playing this deck. The next two decks after this one, I'm going to be talking about MH3 commanders. I'm going to be playing Shilgengar and Nadu. Those were among the popular ones that people voted for that I just hadn't gotten around to. I want to finish up MH3 commanders before Bloombarrow comes out. Because then I'll have new commanders to play. And people want to see the new stuff and are interested in how to apply them. That's pretty good in his deck. So he cracks the Fabled, sacks the Wooded Elves, and he draws 2 cards. Makes at least 1 treasure. And he could draw a 3rd card if he wanted to, if he had something to spend that mana on from a treasure. Oh no, he comes. Oh, reconsidering. He's going at the left player. I was about to say, I might be proposing a lot of lethal damage, but like after the dust settles, this guy over here has way more reach. He could do damage to me by other means, or he could do damage to this guy on the right by other means. I'm a little more predictable. Well, welcome to the stream. I have my chat set up so you can talk to me if you want to. Say what you like. There's a lot of downtime when I'm playing games because I have to wait on other people's turns. And I already have a general idea what I want to do by the player on my left. So that means there's downtime of at least 2 turns. But in this case, the middle player already surrendered. So I have downtime of just 1 player. Makes for faster gameplay at least. I doubt he blocks the Plunderer, but you never know. Well, let's get the Molder Vine down. Take my punches here. This is that scenario that I was talking about. Like, he has a 1/4 that he would be forced to trade down with my 1 drops. And it doesn't feel good. So people simply just don't. I wonder why he's cracking this bobble now. Feels kind of weird. I guess it's one less treasure for this guy to win off of with the Revel Riches. This is a good chunk of damage. This is 9. Puts him down to 18. My stuff gets bigger. And now he's in a position where he has to block. If you like Voltron, this ain't a bad deck either. Only you go wide at the same time. Not to turn my yield off, because I do have a play with one of my 2 instantly removal spells. If he leaves 1 blocker up, he could shoot my Moldervine Reclamation. That kind of sucks. If he wants to. If he and I are the only 2 players left after all the death settles with this right player, that's probably going to be his target, my Moldervine. 1 spell each turn. Okay. He is going a little light on the creature game. So Gifted Immortality says at the beginning of the next end step, if I shoot his commander on his end step, his thing won't come back until my end step, and that leaves him wide open. And if I get to connect with this over here, I could make my commander into a 24/24 and kill this player in the left with 1 shot. Can be relevant. I don't know what world we'd live in where he moves these lightning greaves somewhere else, but I would also shoot that off if I ever got the chance. I guess we're fortunate that the rule of law is in play. That kind of really hinders the Corvold player. Huh. He's blowing up his own land to make a 3/3, but that's his only spell he gets to cast this turn. And since this is an instant, he could have cast it on my turn or the other player's turn. So he kind of just wrecked himself a little bit. Maybe forgot what rule of law does. Or he has just more instants in his hand. It's hard to say. Just surrenders? Wow. Huh. In that case, um, since he's gone, he doesn't have an end step anymore. Or does he? In actual paper magic, he would have an end step, but I've seen the whole thing get skipped. It's hard to say. If it's fixed, we'll see an end step, and then I'll want to shoot his commander. If not, I'm going to miss out on trigger here. Because I prefer to shoot his commander now when I have the mana up for it. If I have to do it on my turn, it ties up my mana, and that annoys the crap out of me. Just like that. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, there should be. That's exactly my point, but I have a buddy, he submits a lot of like work tickets to Moto, and that's a subject matter he brings up, and now I have it on tape, and I'll piggyback off of him. At least now, because Moto gets updates all the time, and with every patch, I don't keep up with the patch notes. I just assume that stuff like that gets taken care of, and next time that happens, and there's not a patch in between now and next week, I'll know for sure. That's what I can expect. All right. In that case, I have to. I guess it doesn't hurt too badly. I've already done 6 damage, commander-wise, to him. So, um, he'll be at 18 after this. Oh, the Immortal Gift comes back on unstep. I thought it came back together. In that case, I did that poorly, because he definitely would have blocked. The thing would have came back. I thought they both came back at the same time. I guess if he blocks here, the Immortal Gift won't matter. And that was my 1 spell a turn. Okay, well, at least I only had to trade 1 piece. It would have been much worse if I had to trade 2. But I'm okay with these results, I guess. And the nice thing about Rule of Law is it goes both ways. It affects himself too. So at 1 card with nothing else going on for him over there, this might be in the bag here. My creature aggro deck. Thanks for watching. Recommend. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy yourself. Tell me some things about yourself. I'd like to know more about my subs. And there's a lot of downtime in between turns in games. It looks cooler when I edit it down and all this dead space is taken away. But in real life, it's a slog. Like, I think the last recording, I was up for 5 hours and 50 minutes or something. But I did have to take a long intermission because my kid woke up in the middle of the night and had to put her back down to sleep. So I think if that didn't happen, I would have wrapped up in like 4 hours and 50 minutes. Ooh. Wasn't fast enough. Oh well, didn't matter. You could have Teferi's protection. Ooh. Could have an instant speed removal spell. Alright. That's fair. In that case, he buys himself some time. That's what I get for not doing it on his turn. Oh, cool, man. I just assumed you were a sub. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, the plan for tonight is I have those 3 decks built, and I talk about them and what's in them. I talk about the synergies and the purpose of every card that's in there, and then I play them. Yeah. Yeah, it's just... It's a bug on Moto that they need to update in here. Because, like, whenever someone surrenders in a one-on-one match, everything fizzles and everything ends and goes away. But in a multiplayer match, there are rulings for should someone leave, there is still an end step. And that has not been adjusted. Just drew a land? Alright. He didn't have to play the land. Not attacking me with that anyways. But what was I saying? Yeah. It's important to me that if I'm going to be making recommendations of cards, that I play them myself it wouldn't feel ethically right of me to do that. So I do, and it's not because I don't want to. Like I genuinely believe that my recommendations are great. Yeah, it does take a lot of work with kids. I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. I wanted my kids to be close in age because I have 4 brothers and we are nowhere near the same age. I'm the oldest. The next oldest brother, I'm 6 years older than him, and then I have a brother whom I'm 12 years older, and then 13 years older, and then I have a brother that I'm 21 years older than. So I'm an old man. I might not look it, but I am middle aged. Half my life statistically is over already. If Chevelle, we're just gonna go to combat. I like Sinners for hanging out or hanging in there. He's gonna play it out to the very end, as he should. Still drawing cards. I'm not gonna present lethal for at least 2 more turns. So in terms of voiceover with it, I imagine my voice has a little bit of reverb in here because um, when I edit my stream and I upload the videos, I do AI to clean up my voice, and it takes a lot of that reverb out, and I sound significantly different. I still sound pretty good because I do invest in my audio equipment. So it's as good as it can without any AI assistance. And then on top of like the voicing over kind of stuff and editing, I do a lot of fun stuff. Like I add little overlays in terms of like when I do damage, when something dies, I add a lot of sound effects. I do a lot more in post production than um, one would think a one man army does. A lot of popular YouTubers just pay other people to do that. I am not big enough to afford one of those. But I am okay. We got the game. I would say I'm still an amateur, but I'm pretty good as an editor, nonetheless, because I did a lot of uh, film courses in school, and it was good enough there to get an A. But who knows? Teachers give out A's for just showing up, in my opinion. So who knows if my stuff was actually any good. All right, next deck tech. That was the bad touch, by the way. And I'll when I upload the videos individually, I link decks. See, I think Shilgengar was the next popular one. I call it There Will Be Blood because he makes blood tokens. Now, from what I saw in EDH Rec, people love building this as an Angels deck, and I feel like there's so much more one can do with this deck. This is a flicker, death and taxes kind of deck. Now, you get a blood token for sacking any creature, but you get blood tokens based on toughness if you sack an angel. Um, I'm running 49 creatures in this deck, so getting 6 blood tokens for this activation is not hard for me personally. I prefer to play as much as I can as fast as I can. So like playing a single angel a turn, like what EDH Rec recommends people to do is not good enough by my standards. Unfortunately, I know that's like the popular thing, and that's what I think people want to see when they still see Shilgengar. But as we were talking earlier, if I'm going to be making recommendations, I want to be giving the best possible one, and I truly believe that the way I built this on a budget is the best way. This deck list comes out to be $82. Let's get started about what's in it. Snarling Gorehound. I've always wanted to play this guy. He's super good in that whenever a creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield under control, you surveil. So it lets you pitch things from the top of your library to your graveyard by your choice. And every time it's a creature, you say yes. For a 1 mana, he should make your graveyard pretty darn big. I'd say most of the creatures in this package are 2 power or less. Basically, I'm playing Shilgengar like he's a... what do you call it? A Rise of the Dark Realms for your own graveyard. That's my own thought process behind it. Or one of those big reanimation spells of your choosing that only affects you. Most of them affect everybody, and they're not bad, but if I had a preference, I would like it to be just me. Citrus Supplier, there's no better rate. For 1 mana, you mill 6 cards. Pretty darn good. Gravecrawler's in here for a loop. If you have a zombie in play, you can cast him from your graveyard. And he combos really well with Warren Soul Trader. Warren Soul Trader was a really nice godsend for this loop because previously you needed Phyrexian Altar plus another zombie and Gravecrawler. This reduces the combo by a whole card because Warren Soul Trader is also a zombie. But if you weren't sure how this wins you the game, is Shilgengar has a free sack outlet from the command zone. And if you have one of your aristocrat pieces in play, like your Zulapur Cutthroat, you will break even in life loss while everyone loses a life, and you just do it, 40 times until everybody dies. Wistful Rider. At sorcery speed, you could sack him to blow up any artifact or enchantment. I appreciate it for its reach. I don't like that I have to do it at sorcery speed, but the reason why my creature package is so large is I got to fit my card advantage package and my removal package into the creature package. I got a lot of overlap. When you could have synergy with those necessary pieces to make your deck function, it feels really strong. And recurring this and doing it over and over again feels awesome. Wall of Omens for card draw. Dusk Legion Zealot for the same purpose. I like Wall of Omens more than this 10 cents gives it credit for, because it staves off a lot of aggro in the early and mid game. A lot of people don't want to just attack into you and stuff it out. And that happens a lot. So you don't think this saves you a lot of damage, but if you hypothetically think about stuff, whenever you play Wall of Omens, think about all the stupid chip damage 3 other players could have taken against you, and that this card removes that from the equation. And unfortunately, people don't think about the damage possibility and how much life you save with a card like Wall of Omens. Crystal Marauder, this is a new card from MH3. It's great because it forces people to sack a non-token creature. It's one of the best Edict effects, because most of the time when people play an Edict, they just sack a crappy token. And this forces them to sacrifice something that's respectable. Leonin Relic Warder. I'm going to be abusing the stack with Shilgengar with this free sack outlet. If you aren't aware about how you abuse these particular O-Ring effects, is when O-Ring first came out, the abilities were broken up. So you could layer how the triggers go on the stack. So how this is going to work with my commander is I play Leonin. The ETB trigger goes on the stack. and then I sack it immediately, and the death trigger goes on top of the ETB trigger. The ETB or the death trigger will resolve. There'll be nothing in it, so nothing returns, and then the ETB trigger resolves, and the thing gets permanently exiled. And that's how it works with um, these O-ring effects where the text is broken up. There's only a handful of these that do this. There's Tide Hall Strix, which I'm not running because it's not impactful enough. But I am running Fiend Hunter, which exiles a creature that's in play. Hold on. Throat's a little dry. Okay. Dauntless Dismantler. I play budget decks on Moto, and budget and paper is a lot different budget-wise on Moto. People can play, what's it called? Mana Crypt for $5 on here, so it's something that I expect to deal with. So there is some application in these cards even in the real world, because nothing drives people more nuts than sitting down and getting whopped by someone because they have, $200+ cards in their decks, and this kind of stuff makes you more prepared because this makes it so their artifacts come into play tapped, and you could sack it to destroy each artifact with lesser value than X. And most of the time I pick 0 and blow up all the dumb, really expensive rocks and paper that are dirt cheap on Moto to play. Elias Ilkor, this is one of your aristocrats. Pain and Drain, or Drain and Gain, rather. Cathar Commando, it's a nice instant speed removal of an artifact or enchantment. Unfortunately, it comes at the cost of a mana, but it does have flash, so it has a little more applications. You could make this a blocker and catch people with their pants down too. Corpse Knight, another aristocrat piece. Seventh Crew Celebrant, Marionette Apprentice. I feel like aristocrats has been getting a lot of support lately. I mean, just in my 2-drop slots alone, I think I have 5 aristocrats. I might even have 6. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's 5 just in the 2-drop slot, and I'm using them all. And fortunately, because there's so much redundancy at that efficiency, I don't need to play the 3-drops or the 4-drops that kind of suck and make your decks and hands really clunky, which I'm very appreciative of. I only need 1 in play to win the game, and having 5 is good enough. White Knight Orchid. This lets you tutor for planes untapped. It's one of the best in the game. It's unfortunate. I look at it as a double white mana rock. It's a 2-drop. It's just a little clunky in that it's double white and that it ties up your mana if you want to string multiple spells together. But it beats playing 3 mana drop rocks any day of the week. Pillar Stone, Talisman, Unmarked Grave. There is a tutor package, and I love tutor packages that utilize the graveyard, and Shilgengar is one of them. So you just dump your big hitters like Grey Merchant, and you reanimate it with everything else, and hopefully that's enough to finish everybody off. Chthonian Nightmare, if you don't have a lot of experience playing against it, this thing is a brutal house. It's reoccurring Nightmare for a mana cheaper, and like the 3 energy means so little in Commander or just in Magic nowadays. Like the 3 energy isn't hindering enough because the game is so efficiently costed now that pretty much hits everything you could possibly think of. I mean, I'm only missing out on like a handful of cards. I'm not running a whole lot above 3 CMC. And you can mix and match. Like you're saving energy whenever you don't bring something back that costs 3, and the next time you bounce this back and replay it, you have access to 4 or 5 or whatever it is that you intend on doing, and you'll get those things every other creature. It's not a big deal, but basically what I've seen about this is it's just a value engine from hell. It gains you such an advantage that your opponents can't do anything about it after you loop a particular creature, 3 or 4 times, which is easy because this only costs 2 mana. Let's see. Fiend Hunter. We already talked about this guy a little bit. You just layer the stacks. ETB goes on first. Death Trigger, because you sacked it in response, goes on top. Death Trigger resolves. Exiling something permanently happens. Gravelighter, this is a nice edict effect. Should you want, you could use it as a card draw option. Either or, I'm happy with it. Mentor the Meek. Again, we have a lot of 2-power creatures in this deck, and this thing just does a lot of work drawing you cards. I don't see it as often as I used to, but I still think it has one of the best ceilings in the game. The ceiling is based on how much mana you have access to. So in the mid to late game, it does a lot of work. In the early game, not so much. But your early game is going to be a lot of setting up anyways. It's going to be mana rocks or playing your 1 and 2 drops. So it's not like you're in a rush. Ruthless Lawbringer lets you blow up a non-land permanent by sacrificing something else. Plaguecrafter, it's an edict effect. A little bit more reach in case someone doesn't have a creature, they discard a card. Pretty nice. It also can hit Planeswalkers. Big Game Hunter has Madness. Destroy a creature, power 4 or greater. Because I am playing in casual lobbies or with casual players, even in paper, it seems like nowadays, Big Game Hunter tends to hit a fair amount of things that, anything with 4 or greater power is probably going to be a significant thing. Whereas blowing something has 3 or less power, people don't run creatures in their decks for no reason at all. It probably has a purpose. But I think the 4 power hindrance is not that terrible, is the point I'm trying to get at. Midnight Reaper for card draw. Costs you a life, though. Skyclave Apparition, one of the best removal pieces on a creature. This lets you exile any non-land permanent for 4 CMC or less. It's stronger in CDH because everyone has a low curve, but a little bit weaker in casual tables, but that reach makes up the difference. Buried Alive, one of your best tutors. Ditch your 3 best creatures in your graveyard. Stinkweed Imp, it's a good rate for milling yourself. You replace your draw step and dredge 5, and it means you mill 5. Morbid Opportunist, because your commander is a free sack outlet, you could layer your sack triggers on other people's turns and guarantee that you see a card every single turn. One of the better applications of Morbid Opportunist. I see people play this just because, but I guarantee the card advantage when the sack outlets from the command zone. Priest of Gix, this is actually part of an infinite loop. Because Shilgengar's activated ability is triple black or triple white, if I have a pile of creatures and Priest of Gix is in that mix, I can make an infinite loop if I loop the right particular creature, which I haven't revealed yet, but there are a handful of them. Let's see if I can find them. There's a 4-drop and 2 5-drops. Glorious Protector is one of them. This lets you reset the finality counters. So, based on Shilgengar, he puts a finality counter on things that he brings back. And should that creature die with a finality counter on it, it gets exiled instead of going back to your graveyard. This thing lets you exile your stuff and bring them back so they don't have the finale counters on it, and then you loop your stuff over and over again. We'll go back to the 3 drops. Grim Harspec's another cantripper off of things dying. Lauren the Third Path. It's nice. You get to blow up an artifact or enchantment, and then you could tap it to make an opponent and you draw a card. Always pick the weakest player to draw with you. That way you don't give the people ahead of you any more advantage than they already have. And if you're not the best at assessing boards, I would say you shouldn't play Lauren. Like if you're a brand new player, I don't recommend people play Lauren, but I see that quite often, unfortunately. Yeah, so Solemnity is in the deck. It prevents me from getting the energy counters. You are right. I think it's worth it because if I get Solemnity in play, that means I don't have to do the Glorious Protector shenanigans. And then the finale counters don't get on, and I loop my creatures over and over again. And that's perfectly fine. If I turn off my own uh, Nightmare, which costs me mana. I mean, Shilgengar's ability costs me mana too, but it's far less effective because Shilgengar lets me bring back as many as I want. So I think it's definitely worth a non-bow. Thanks for bringing that up. That is true. Delny's Streetwise Lookout. She's awesome, and that creature's power 2 or less can't be blocked by creature's power 3 or greater. So again, that 2 power is coming up again. If you need to get chip damage, I mean, people can get low enough where the aristocrats, where this can't be blocked clause might be important. But the reason why she's in here is she's just a strictly better Panharmonicon because you get her out earlier. Turn 4 do nothing doesn't feel great in Commander anymore. I still think Panharmonicon has a place in EDH. I still think it's strong, but when I originally built this deck, I had a lot of money left over, and I was like, I haven't played Delny yet. I'm going to give it a shot. Normally, this is like way out of budget, and I wouldn't even consider it, but the beauty of Aristocrats is you could build it for dirt cheap, and you could have stuff like this in the deck. Grim Savant lets you tutor for a card that's less than your devotion to black. I just like that it's on a body and I could reuse it over and over again. Ravenous Chupacabra to kill something. Violent Tumor to tutor one of your best cards in your graveyard. I also like it that it has Death Touch, so you deter a bunch of aggro. Golden Argosy. This is another one of your finale counter resetters. You have to over-crew it. It may only have a crew clause of 1, but you need to crew it with multiple creatures so you could flicker them all and reset the counters. They don't come back till end step, but it's worth it. Especially since you could activate Shilgengar at instant speed. It really doesn't matter that they come back on end step. You just bring them back on other people's turns. Alms Collector, this is the deal with farm decks. In terms of like the 3 decks I built and I'm playing tonight, this is probably my favorite one because it has some great hate bears. The most powerful effects in Magic or in EDH is tutoring your library, followed by drawing an excessive amount of cards. Alms Collector just puts that into check. Now, if they're drawing 1 card at a time with like something like Rhystic Study, it does nothing. But most of the time, people are drawing multiples of cards in one go. Abdel, this is one of your finale recounters that resets everything. You select any number of permanents, and then you create 1/1 soldiers for each permanent you exile, so it's kind of fun. Not only do you get to reset the finale counters, get a bunch of UTB triggers, but you also get to make your board incredibly wide. Champion of Dusk. Another fun fact is Shilgengar turns all the things you bring back into vampires. So the Champion of Dusk will draw you a ton of cards. It will draw you X cards and cause you to lose X life, where X is the number of vampires you control. So you just layer the triggers properly. So when it goes to look that everything is a vampire, it will indeed see that all your creatures are vampires. I guess the cool part about my list is um, I would say 90% of this list is not recommended on EDH Rec because the popular thing is just building dumb angels. Unfortunately, uh, you miss out on like Diamonds in the Rough, like Champion of Dusk, and Lumbering Battlement, which is another one of my pieces for resetting the finale counters. Yeah, that's true. Grabbing lands is nice. It can happen. Can happen when you need it. Like I imagine if I don't have a protection piece, people are gonna be wanting to kill Shilgengar the moment it hits the table. Especially when they figure out what my game plan is, and it's not a dumb angel list. Karmic Guide. This is part of the loop with Rivalark. I haven't played this loop in a while, but they effectively get each other. So you sack the Revelark, you get Karmic Guide back. Karmic Guide brings back Revelark. Before the Revelark trigger happens, you sack the Karmic Guide, and you get infinite death triggers for your aristocrats. Doom Whisperer, you pay 2 life to surveil 2. This is just to fuel up your graveyard as big as you need it to, right before you activate the Shilgengar. We already talked about Grey Merchant. Angel of Suffering is really fun. This is one of the very few angels. I'm only running 2 in this list. This one, whenever damage is dealt to you, you mill twice that many cards. You could mill yourself out, but that is a risk I am willing to take. When this card came out or was spoiled in New Capenna, I thought it would be worth so much more. It's so powerful and it's a mythic. But if you could churn out over 50 damage a turn, then obviously you'll mill out and you'll die on your draw trigger. But in the right circumstances, you can activate Shilgengar in response to your draw trigger, and that might be in like all the time you need to close out the game when you have a graveyard that's full of 100 cards. So like preventing damage to mill is not a big deal in that scenario. Harvest of Souls to draw every time a non-token creature dies. This also affects your opponent's creatures. I see people miss that draw trigger all the time in paper. Massacre Worm. This is a one-sided board wipe that affects your opponents. For every little rinky-dink thing you kill of theirs, they lose 2 life. It's pretty darn brutal. Thief of Blood. This is another one of your finality counter resetters. On ETB, you remove all counters from all permanents. This is my 4th or 5th way to abuse the finality counters. Yeah, I got the 2 and the 5 drops. I have this guy, and then I have the Angel, and I have the Solemnity, so that's 5 total. Pretty consistently, you can abuse the finality counter removal. I didn't even know this thing existed. This thing was printed in, like, Commander 14. Never played it before, but oh my goodness, it is perfect in this deck. Angel of Ruins, I like this because I could pitch it to go plane cycling. Fill up my graveyard with a significant body that has a significant ETB trigger to exile artifacts or enchantments. And that brings us to the end of the list. My lands are just fixing, and I have random Ghost Quarter. Let's play it out, see what happens. There Will Be Blood. I love that movie. It's one of my favorite Daniel Day-Lewis films. I'll have to create my own lobby. Until we start up, we could look at spoilers together. This is the Bloom Barrel ones. These come out on August 2nd. I've already peeked at this bat earlier. I wasn't too impressed by it because it has Hmm. The snowlands, not so much. You could have regular lands, and let's see. Philia. What does Philia do? I'm not aware of that. Yeah, unfortunately, it only excels up to one thing. That's the only drawback about Philia. If I could exile multiple things, it's an attack trigger, so it just doesn't do enough. That's why I'm not including it. In terms of your last question with the blood tokens, can you rephrase it? I'm not sure what you mean. Game starting. I can see your question once you rephrase. I'm sorry, I don't really know what you're getting at. Hey, we won the die roll. I'm missing a white source, but as long as my arcane signet. Yeah. Okay. I hope I answered your question. At least for Philia. I don't know about the last one, about the blood tokens. Um, yeah, we'll keep it. It's a little risky. We're against Braids, Avison, and Emerald Beckett Brass. Yeah, just cycle away the synth for sure. That's another part about like discard draw options is once you have dead cards in hand. I do that in my CDH one-on-one list with Lord Windgrace. I have a lot of silver bullets in that deck, and if I draw one of them, it's no big deal because I just pitch them away to Windgrace's ability, and I replace the card. Yes, I do not have to use blood tokens solely for the Shilgengar. That is true. It has more applications. I think people will overlook that. It's a nice token to have when you're in a pinch. Because it only takes one mana investment to look a card deep versus clue tokens that cost you two, and that could significantly tie up your mana. Ugh. Of course, my first draw is a double white card. Yeah, we know it doesn't work, Neo. Uh, oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I would link the decks. Maybe I should start linking the decks in the stream. I should probably start doing that. If I wasn't in my turn, I'd probably do that. I don't have a turn one bullet. You see, Neo, now I have chat up in here. I could talk to you guys while I play the game. I like my budget lists for helping new players too. Especially like when I was learning to play Magic, my friends did not go easy on me, but that made me a really strong player really early. Uh, so for that, I thank them. But if you have friends just starting out and they don't want to invest too terribly much money, but they still want to compete, so they're not just getting blasted by you and your other friends, I think my lists are a good place for people to start. Do I need to tap this down so I stop getting asked? Yeah, in terms of thinking about Windbrace and dealing with farm decks and or just like monarchy decks slash adventure decks, it's a rough game. Yeah, you do get tired of losing. I think that's what deters a lot of people from like continuing playing the game, is losing too much. Oh Jesus. All right. Yeah. I now only bring my budget decks to my LGS because I've been noticing that the locals, they're just building decks with cards that they have, and I'll see them swapping cards with like the bulk bins. I'll be like, "Ooh, God, I don't feel good about like showing up and beating people with my really tuned borderline CDH lists." So I bring my budget lists that I play on the channel now, and I've been doing that for um, a couple of months now. I still win a lot, but at least it's not by like enormous margins anymore. It's reasonable now. It's not like I'm just pub stomping them. Yeah, I do agree that for the people that want to become strong players or they just hate losing, there's people who hate losing and will demand more games, and then there's people who hate losing and give up. And I feel like majority is the latter of that description rather the former. I was the former, and I feel like Neo was the former because I know him personally. Recommend, I just met you for the first time. I assume that since you're an avid Magic player and you found me just randomly on YouTube, you probably went through the same growing pains. But I want the game to grow. I want as many people to play as possible. I want the competition to stiffen up, even at like lower levels. Yeah, I mean the one ticks decks, they're so different than what it is in paper. They're great on here. It feels fair to everyone, but like you show up at an LGS with your one tick deck, and if you were to tell them that it costs you $1 to build online, they'd probably shit themselves. They wouldn't believe it. They wouldn't think it's possible that you could build, $400, $500 decks for $1 online. I don't know if Rocketman plays MTGO, but the cards on here are incredibly cheap, as I've already discussed with the example of Mana Crypt. The Braids players having a decent start too. They got a couple of fodder pieces. Um, this thing is just a creature that he could bring back, and then the Ichor Wellspring nets him 2 cards for 2 mana. I like playing the Wellsprings for when you can sacrifice them consistently, because then the rate is really good. You're investing 1 mana to get one thing. Yeah. Neo and I, we play one ticks decks all the time. He is a more avid builder. I've only built one to play with our group on Discord. But if you want to be a part of that, you can. We are very much open. I'm not in there as much as I used to, but I am in there at least weekly to at least say hi to everyone, play some games. Oh yeah, it's free braids. Excellent. Now that's quite the starter commander. Yeah, the economies was preferential for me personally. Arena does feel nice. It does look nice. Um, but yeah, it's hard for me to get behind something and endorse something when economically I don't agree with it. It would feel wrong of me to endorse that and recommend that to new players when I know for a fact it's not healthy for anybody. Oh yeah, that's what it is. You get stained glass basics with the braids deck. Did not know. I mean, it's still pretty powerful. I bet. From what I'm seeing, it's a good start. Not as good as this pirate man over here. He's Mana Rock City over there. Well, my Leon's looking a lot better. Hmm. Kind of play the Gix and follow up with Stinkweed or Morbid Opportunist. I think I like Stinkweed more. Priest is part of one of my infinite loops. Now we're cooking with gas here. Fortunately for us, the Admiral Beckett brass player is only down to 2 cards. This map maker, though, uh, treasure map, I guess, ain't bad. It's card selection, and then when it flips over, it's card draw. It'll help him uh, fix part of his problem. I just need to tap this down and stop being asked about priority. Want to make him nervous? Manatithe! Should I type that in the chat? Freak him out? Okay, no. Yeah. I was thinking not this coming week, like next weekend when I stream again. I already have 3 decks in mind, but the week after that, I'd play some user requests. I had someone ask me to play Omo, and I know you want me to play the. Oh yeah, yeah. No one does expect the Manatide. Um, what was the other deck you wanted me to play? Oh yeah, you wanted me to play your the Six Fingered Man, your Six Fingered Man version of Sauron. Let's see, I could play Braids too in 2 weeks from now. I have to comb through all my comments because I think people asked me to play other things and I don't remember what they were. But I definitely will play Sauron, and I'll definitely play that the person's Olmo request, and I'll have one slot open 2 weeks from now. If I don't find anything in my old comments list, I'll probably play your braids list. But who knows? Things can change. At least one of your decks is guaranteed to be played next week or 2 weeks from now. Nice. um. Hmm. Whichever one you prefer me to play, it doesn't matter to me. Gotcha. Oh, that's a new player list. Gotcha. Well, I don't want to look at it. I wouldn't have knowledge of these guys and what they're playing, so I'd prefer not to have knowledge of what's in their deck card for card. And what's the worst I can expect. Ooh, I know what my Leonin Relic Ward is going to eat up in the very near future. Oops. Let's make you big again. Yar, mateys. The Beckett Brash is being played. Yeah, I think this was a chest. Like, I bought this secret lair, and the time period where they were sending the codes out is long gone. Like, in the first year of secret lair, they were sending codes so you could just download them. Yeah. I am not going to be doing a spoiler video for Bloomborough. There's just too much spoilers. There's just like, yeah, the more recent Secret Lair, I think this came in a chest specifically. It's like a promo thing. Not, you can buy it, I imagine. It just depends if an online vendor has copies of it or not. It's probably rare. Lately, I honestly, in terms of covering spoilers, I'd rather just build decks in during the spoiler season and like feature them on the channel and play decks. I think most people would prefer that, especially from the subs nowadays. I don't think they want me to like cover spoiler season. Maybe Bloomborough more. Yeah. So you like them weekly, not daily. I guess I could do that. I think I have enough time for at least that. I don't know about. I used to do them daily though. Oh shit, 6 ticks. Yeah, that's dirt cheap. Not expensive at all. Hmm. I could shut down the Smothering Tide now, plus Morbid Opportunist. That doesn't sound bad. At least when he goes to sacrifice his creature over there, I get some card draw too. And then I might be able to ditch my Stinkweed Imp to when he sacks this creature. That doesn't sound bad. I'm not permanently getting rid of the Smothering Tithe, but I'll scoop that up in due time. The Golden Argosy might have also been a decent play. Because I can get around the Summoning Sickness early. Sure. Mana Tithing the... I like how we talked about Mana Tithe tonight, and it actually came up. Awesome. Well, I guess the middle player doesn't have Mana Tithe anymore. What a funny guy. Yeah, we're feeling frisky. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, I haven't been monetized in so long. It was just a joke, but I guess it's not really a joke anymore, is it? Oh, the Beckett Brass player left? Why did he leave? I don't know why the right player left. It wasn't even his spell that got countered. If anyone should be upset about anything, it should be me, right? Yeah, that's true. There's a much threatening spell in my hand for sure. I don't understand. Like, yeah, he's tilted for me, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense why that guy gave up. I wish I knew. I hope it was for like an important reason, like maybe he has children like me, and they were screaming and hollering and needed his assistance. He's attacking me with braids. I'll trade that with stinkweed all day, baby. Is there a reason why he's attacking me with this? Like, he's got one black mana. I don't know if there's anything in black at instant speed that gives first strike, but maybe he's not aware that my stinkweed has death touch because it's not written as death touch. It's too old to have the word death touch written on it. He's about to get a rude awakening. The left player left too. Oh no! What a night. Oh yeah, I would like to. Yeah, sorry. I was so distracted by what was going on. My draw trigger came up and my stinkweed imp happened. Now we're playing a good old one-on-one game against the mono white Avison players, probably playing land destruction. The nice thing is I can replace my draw trigger so he gets less mana type triggers, I suppose. I mean, I want my stinkweed dredge trigger. Oh shit, he had enough mana for. I'm surprised he had enough. Played one. He had two treasures. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he had it. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should pay for the Ristic or the Smothering Tithe. I don't know. It's probably not worth paying for it right now. If he has the get in, I'm screwed anyways. And he has more than enough mana, so I'm not going to pay for it. If he has it, he has it. Hmm. I think I just play my commander. Well, now I don't need the Argosy because I got Abdel in the mix here. So I'd rather just play Shilgengar and walk into whatever removal this guy has. I'm hoping what's in his hand isn't just gas. There's so many things that kind of like pair well nicely with Avison. It's an 8/8, so like even just giving it double strike makes this thing even scarier. Couldn't interact with you anyways. It's fine. Just keep on dumping whatever's in your hand. Just play it all out there. I do have a Fiend Hunter in my graveyard, so I can interact with him if I can get it out. And you start sacking stuff and getting blood tokens. But if he does have the Armageddon, he did it in the right order by going for the boots first. But like I haven't shown that I'm playing free spells, so I'm not entirely sure if it's warranted taking the extra precautions. Is this Cataclysm? This feels like Cataclysm. It's 5 mana. Maybe Cataclysm is 6. I don't remember. Or what's the one where it's modal, where you can destroy all lands or destroy all creatures? I think Cataclysm is the one where you sacrifice permanents. It's probably not in this deck. Damn. Mother Rune sucks. Now I have to deal with this now. Catastrophe, yeah, thank you. At least he's got 0 cards in hand, so that means I have 3 turns with the knowledge we have what's in board to deal with this Avacyn. That's more than enough. I just hope he doesn't draw into it. Because I could deal with his boots with the Leonin, and I could deal with the Avacyn with my Fiend Hunter. Now, unfortunately, I don't get to do the fun stuff with Abdel, because that has to be dealt with now. I guess I could... I could do it the safe way. You know what I mean? Let it go underneath those 2 permanents. Sack them, let them come back, and then permanently deal with his stuff, because then I could layer Abdel in here. That might be not a bad option, because he's got so much mana anyways. Warren Soul Trader's nice. Oh, I do have Masker Worm. That cleans up the Mother Runes too. Because I have to play around that as well. God, I wish these cards weren't as expensive as they are. That's like the one thing that's messing me up right here. Is I don't know if I have enough time. More ramp's good. Next turn, I take 8, and I could play Felwar Stone and Stinkweed Imp, and my Soul Trader, I think. No, I'll be 1 mana short unless I draw a land. I have 2 shots at it. I have Morbid Opportunist draw on his turn and on my up step. Or on my beginning step. It'll be thin margins, that's for sure. Because I need my Stinkweed to block. So I'm not forced to block with my commander. What the hell is this? Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. He's an 8/8 Vigilance Bastard in play. I'm not going to be hitting him in a while. Oh, you know what? I'll have to block with my commander at some point because this Blind Obedience will put my Stinkweed in tapped. Totally sucks. Oh, I couldn't block it anyways because he's just doing the Rogue's Passage play. Yeah. I have to do something on my next turn. I need some cheap creatures. I got the land. Ruthless Lawbringer. Well, now I can blow up the Blind Obedience and have a blocker. I unfortunately have to give up my Morbid Opportunist here. It's better than being dead. Oh, wait, he still has the land, though. Shit. Okay, it's either I revive everything and deal with both of these permanents at the same time or bust. I am 1 mana short from doing Abdel and flickering Ruthless. Now I wish I had my Golden Argosy down at some point, because then I could flicker this and get around that. Oh, 7 mana. I need 5 tokens. I only have 2. And I need 3 mana to do this. The Swiftfoot Roots is indestructible, so even this isn't good. I need the exile parts. Well, this is probably GG's. Let's draw a card and see what happens, I guess. I might get an Edict effect. And then that would deal with the Avison. No. I had a very small chance of getting the Edict. I have at least 4 or 5 in the deck. Okay. That was deck 2 down. I'm making good time on the stream, though. How long have we been going for? 2 hours and 23 minutes, not bad. We're on the last deck already, so that's pretty good. I won the first game really handily, missed out on that Neo. I was playing my Death Touch tribal list. It was just too aggro. I wonder if the other players hadn't have left, if that would have bought me enough time to interact with the middle player. But in that scenario, uh, the other 2 players would have been in back seat with me, and I would have, got my leg up, and it's like we're in drowning water, and I was standing on both of them. I they would have been in the same losing position as they were then as it was after. So like if they stuck around, I probably would have won that game. But I don't want to talk about hypotheticals too much. It's just what it is. Tonight, we're also talking about Nadu. He's like the new boogeyman in Simic lately. He's the reason why a lot of the zero equipment is now like $20. Like Shuko and Mantle is like a $20 card on TCG Player and no longer budget friendly. They used to be 50 cents or less. But because of Nadu here, creatures you control have whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, that's the key word, reveal the top card of your library if it's a land, put it on the battlefield, otherwise put it in your hand. This ability triggers twice a turn. And because that's individually on each creature, you can max do it twice in each creature. And the reason why 0 equip costs are so good in this deck is because obviously you circumvent costs to see one card to either cheat a land into play and ramp you or have some gas to play with. But I got to play at least one 0 equipment, and that's let's see, Lightning Greaves. And I'm gonna have to make do with 1 mana sinks instead of 0 mana sinks. It's unfortunate, but cheating a land into play and then using that land to keep on doing the thing is also really powerful and fun. So he is still playable even on a budget, despite Shuko and Mantle being $20 damn dollars now. But first off, we're going to talk about Jace, Wheel of Marvels. He's great in that once you draw out your deck, you win the game. We're going to be trying to do that with 33 creatures. Especially when I could get that trigger twice per creature pretty consistently. And that increases per thing I have in play. So the writing's on the walls in terms of card advantage. Kind of like in the last deck, I'm taking cards that have some overlap. I'm specifically looking for creatures that fulfill the card advantage rule, that fulfill the removal package. Fortunately, Nadu does a lot of that heavy lifting that honestly you might be able to get away with just playing no additional card advantage at all. You could do that, and you probably will function just fine. You just out ramp, and there's nothing your opponents can really do about it. Like killing Nadu is probably not good enough. And that's why we have Amphibian Mutineer. Exile something else has Encore, so I can exile 3 things later. Turn Timber Basilisk. This is one of your free target abilities. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, you make it so something can't block. You just target your own thing. You don't care what can block. You just need to target your own thing. And it feeds into itself because you cheat lands into play. Tayova. What's not the love about drawing a card and gaining a life off your lands? Just too good to ignore. It's like low-hanging fruit. Rex Sage, another removal piece for artifacts and enchantments. Tide Force Elemental. This is one of your single mana sinks. You target your own stuff with its activated ability. And then you untap it every time a land comes down. Unfortunately, it costs you a blue, so it's not as good as some of the equipment that's in here. Regal Behemoth for big mana and some extra card advantage on your end step. Once the ball gets rolling, you'll want that extra mana. Like, you'll want to take a turn where you get such an advantage that even once you eventually pass to someone, there's nothing they could do to make up the distance. And doubling your mana production seems like a good place to go. Yeah, there isn't really. I'm playing on a budget cap of $100. This is $99, and I still feel like I'm gonna be crushing people. I'll be curious. Maybe Nadu just dies the moment it touches the board every single time. It could be possible. Llanowar Elves, because we want Nadu out as fast as we can. Trinket Mage. This lets you get one of your 1-drop artifacts. I'm running a handful. They're just equipments that have a 1 equip cost, so I could just go down the line and move them around. Like, I can get Bone Saw, I can get Explorer Scope, I can get Bone Splitter. Venturing Gear is slightly better because I pump up my creature. Like, I could probably dump enough lands into play and pump Nadu up to being a lethal attacker for the turn. It's a fun little equipment. Lava Spur Boots is a 1-drop. Yeah, I would get any of those 1-drops and just chain equip my stuff to get the Nadu triggers. Elvish Herder. This is a mana sink that also targets your stuff to get Nadu triggers. Rampaging Bailoffs to take advantage of your landfall triggers. You'll make 4/4 beast tokens. They're significant. I don't like making 1/1s, but making 3/3s and 4/4s, those are relevant stat blocks. Tyler's Provisioner. This is to help with your mana bottleneck. Because I'm paying 1 mana for stuff, this will help fix that problem. Champion of Lamholt. Making your stuff unblockable is pretty nice. Honestly, this could probably be taken out for whatever. It's just in here because the evasion's nice. I mean, I am running 33 creatures, so like, I think there is a world where I make my board wide enough to lethally attack someone, especially with champion in play. It's like why not give it a try? It's a oldie and a goodie. Yeah, it does shut off the table too. That's why Lightning Greaves is so good. Mass Vandal to exile artifacts and enchantments. Eternal Witness to get something back. Ramp. Seeker of the Skybreak. This is another one of those A-listers. You untap target creature and you target itself the first 2 times, and then you get a 3rd activation with it. It's a janky way of getting triggers, but it works. Guaranteed 3 triggers from this little guy. Tribute Mage, get my 2-drop equipment. This is basically my turbo getter. Get my Lightning Greaves. Mana Gorger Hydra, it's a threat that people will have to eventually deal with. Volatile Stormdrake. I'm excited that this is surprisingly budget friendly. It's $1.44. It's like one of the best blue removal spells because worst case scenario, you don't have the energy to pay and the creature just gets sacrificed, which is just as good as stealing it. And well, it's not as good, but you know what I mean. Like, there's no downside. I don't feel bad about not being able to pay the 4 energy and just sacking it. And I'm really genuinely surprised that this is only $1.44. I was expecting this to be worth something a little bit more. Beast Whisperer, draw cards off my 33 creatures. Avenger of Zendikar, this is definitely one of your finishers. Defiler Vigor, a good chunk of your deck is green creatures, so this is to help deal with the bottleneck of running out of mana. Yeah, you don't have to pay any energy for a token. But I'm not really using it to abuse it, like Flicker and what have you. I'm just using it as a removals piece. Unfortunately, I feel like the better way is like you playing it in Rune or something where you could exile stuff that you don't control but own. Rune is one of the very few things that can do it. Now the Keen-Eyed, it's a coupon for creatures. Has an activated ability to look at the top card of my library to cheat creatures into my hand. Augur of Autumn, this lets you play creatures and lands off the top of your library. I particularly like the ones where I could play lands and creatures because I want both. And sometimes dodging one or the other will be nice. Or if I run out of like Nadu targets, I could get a body into play. If I run out of mana, I could get a land into play. It feels good. Keeper of Keys makes myself unblockable if I'm the Monarch. Gyre Sage for big mana. Jin-Gitaxias. I figured that... Oh, is it not worked? Oh, the coupon doesn't work? Or is it the activation that doesn't work? What part of Nylea is bugged, though? Or is it just everything? Yeah, yeah, I'm okay with that. I honestly, it's more in here for the coupon. I'll just live with it for now. But Jin-Gitaxias, he's super great in this deck because you should consistently have a full grip of cards with Nadu. Oh. The flipping over condition seems really easy in this deck, so he seems like an easy fit in here. And once he slipped over and you get to the final chapter, you basically have an omniscience for the turn, and it's probably more than enough to close out the game. Lotus Cobra for a bunch of mana, fix her bottleneck problem. Laboratory Maniac, which is another win condition. Creeping Renaissance as a recovery plan to board wipes. Because I am in blue, I could answer board wipes more effectively. That's going to be like your crux of the deck is dealing with board wipes. But at least if I don't have a counterspell in hand, I'll probably have a full grip of cards to rebuild just fine. It's just like some quality assurance, that's for sure. Archmage's Charm to seal people's mana crypt and counter something if I need to. And we already saw some of these. Sigil of Valor seems a little special to talk about. I could turn Nadu into a lethal attacker if my board's big enough. Gets +1/+1 for each other creature I control, and I am dumping a lot into play. And it only has one to equip, so it kind of fulfills more than one niche. Narok Stealth Suit, another protection equipment. Unfortunately, it turns off Nadu for targeting, but I could move things back and forth if I wanted to. Although I wouldn't want to subject Nadu to any risk, so that probably wouldn't happen. But if people are tapped down, uh, then I'd give it a shot at doing the shifting game. Wing Boots, I've never played with this, but Ward 4 seems just as effective as Hexproof in my idea. Like, turning efficient removal into inefficient ones seems really great. And I could do the shifting thing, the re-equipping thing. Cauldron of Souls is also pretty fun. I could choose any number of target creatures and get a massive multiple Nadu triggers. I wonder if I could break the game with this. That'd be kind of scary. But since I have to make a decision for everything, maybe it's fine. I wonder if I did. Yeah, the Nihilate players. Yeah, giddy up, baby. You cannot have enough spurs, that's for sure. Roaring Earth is a nice landfall trigger. Lets me put counters on my stuff. Retreat to Kazandu does the same thing, only it's for a mana more. Oh, it also has a channel ability. I've never probably used it for that, but if I was in a pinch and I need to kill someone with a combat trick, you could. Trample and card draw seems nice. Imprison the Moon to deal with pesky commanders that, honestly, other Nadu-esque type of things where killing something isn't good enough. Imprison the Moon has saved my butt. I don't know how many times. This Darksteel Mutation and Oubliette are my favorite removal pieces in Commander right now. I feel like if you're in the colors, you should run as many as you can. Coral Helm, another target for free if I drop a land. Elven Chorus, this is kind of nice. Turns my entire board into dorks and lets me cast creatures off the top. What's not the love? Unnatural Selection, this lets me choose random creature types for 1 mana. So sweet sync. Oh, thank you. That was annoying. It was hard for me to read that. Oh, yeah, you're right. It channel... Yeah, I can't use it as a combat trick. Never mind. Don't do that. Thank you for bringing that up. Alright. We talked about the deck. Let's play the game now. Better change the list. Oh, I called this one Target Acquired. Yeah, that makes sense why I called it that. Now that I remember it. There we go. Oh, yeah. Looks bad. Well, thanks for letting me know, because I didn't know. It's the first time I've ever used it. I wonder how my chat looks like on my stream. Oh, you can still see it. Yeah, that's good. Ooh, there's 3 people watching the stream now. Welcome. Um, let's see who's in here. Yeah. I don't know who our mystery guest is. It says I have 3 concurrent viewers. Well, whoever you are, thank you for coming. Welcome. You're welcome to talk about anything in here. I'd like to learn more about all of you. I'm meeting Reckman for the first time tonight. It's a pleasure. And no question is a bad question. I will treat it with dignity and respect and assume you're serious. I'm pretty gullible, so if you're trolling me, well, then that's okay too. I guess we'll both have a good laugh. From what I saw about this bat, I'm not liking it. I don't like that you have to pay an Orzhov pips just to get either trigger. I think this bat kind of sucks. Honestly, I wonder if one trigger a turn is good enough nowadays. Like doing something once a turn, it feels a little weaker now. Wouldn't you agree? And then to add the mana cost to it, makes it so much worse. Like I don't care that it's any permanent that costs 3. It's just I don't know. Like in terms of thinking of what this could do in standard, if they had removed the mana investment, I wonder if that's just too broken. Yeah, in the commander, it kind of sucks. Friend the Relentless. If creature an opponent control dies, exile instead. Oh. Yeah, it's you can't invest into it multiple times. If you could pay the Orzhov and 2 life multiple times, I'd like it a heck of a lot more if they put a colon on this, but they didn't. So you're limited to just activating once, unfortunately. Game's firing up. Yeah, he's like a relentless rats generator from the zone. Seems pretty busted. Hey, I played against this guy earlier tonight. Master 11. He had a bad draw, so I'm hoping he has a better game. And I've played against Simpkins. I played against him twice last week. And I've never played against the player in the middle playing Iroas. Nahira Wild Mage is a wild deck. It's a polymorph deck. I've lost to it a couple of times. It's really scary. Um, I won't be doing much. I think Elvish Herder is good enough. I won't get Nadu down until turn 3, and then I won't be able to activate him until turn 4. I'm getting any value out of it. And that seems a little risky. Let's do a free mulligan. We get it for free. Might as well take advantage of it. Better. Got a Lotus Cobra. And a Swiftfoot Boot so I could actually protect Nadu. We'll play that. I'm glad I I'm glad that I mulliganed. Can turn on my yields. Yeah, I've seen that too. I had someone on Reddit to me tell me that making 3/2/2 zombies a turn off of a land drop is casual today. I was like, oh, my bad. I had no idea that that was casual. If you saw my 6-minute game, the copy of a copy. I would say, what's that actor's name from Fight Club that I specifically spliced into that video? He's notorious for being difficult to work with, but he's a great actor. I love him. Not Brad Pitt, but the other main actor. The point being is his facial expression and tone of voice was an exact reflection of how I was feeling in that game. Edward Norton. That's who the actor's name is. I felt like Edward Norton in that scene. And my argument to that guy on Reddit about it not being casual is lands are incredibly difficult to interact with. And like I have 3 yeah. I have 3 like budget friendly Yeah, there is a delay. It's like I don't know, a 20-second delay. Hmm. It's probably not worth the risk. I want to play Nadu this coming turn, but I really shouldn't. Like, it'd be really explosive if I got to keep him in play, but I kind of want to force my opponents to interact with me in instant speed. And I have 2/2 drops, so it's not like the mana's going to waste. Let's check my stream health. Maybe it's on this one. No, it's fluttering between perfect and good. So it's not too bad. Like You want to be above 27 kbps, and I'm at that point like 70% of the time. So it's not too bad. I don't mind Field of the Dead until that's your whole game plan. Your whole game plan is to make copies of Field of the Dead and just win with your mana base. That drives me nuts because I had this thought earlier today where I was discussing this with a guy where it feels like you're playing against um, a stacks deck, where like stacks decks and stacks players are strongest in the early to mid game until like the band-aid comes off the dam and the water gates open. But like with Field of the Dead and your whole game plan's built around Field of the Dead, it's like you're playing in stacks in the mid to late game because it forces you to trade with tokens or resources with tokens. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it being banned. I wouldn't mind it being banned. I think it's just too easy of an include. Like most of the bans in Commander right now, it's because they're just too easy and could go into one too many decks and cause backbreaking scenarios. And Field of the Dead does that all the time. It not only does it break the game, but it also uh, it's just way too safe of a game plan. And in the decks that run it, they probably have ways of getting it back out of their graveyard. They already have plans for looping fetch lands, so throwing the Field of Dead in the mix is probably no different. Yeah, they're a top build around because they're hard to interact with. It's like the most unmolested archetype and or permanent type in the game. And like, don't get me wrong, there are tools to deal with it, like Blood Moon and the Harbinger of the Seas. But like, if you think of like those handful of cards that you count on one hand to deal with the landfall strategies out of the 20,000 different Magic cards in existence, the proportion is so dramatically skewed. Yeah, I wouldn't mind them unbanning balance either. It just punishes the people who are super far ahead. And honestly, those are the people who should be punished, is when they have a criminally far lead for very low investment. The Ezio player didn't get to play earlier tonight, so I'm glad that we get to see more action from him. Hmm. Everyone's got mana open. I I am probably gonna be walking into some kind of interaction here. But oh well. We're here to play Nadu, baby. I love these new arts. They're pretty dope. Oh, ow. Just hit my funny bone. Shit. Jin's a nice draw. Okay, so if they have the instant speed removal, they have it. I was debating whether or not playing the land first was the better idea, but it doesn't matter. Like, if they want to interact with me at instant speed, they can do it with the boots, anyways. Now, if it's another tithe or something of that, then I'll be upset with myself for not playing the land first. Yeah, see, he had it. At least I get the trigger. Could be worse. I think that's also part of what makes Nadu so busted. Is like I'm trading for another resource even if he kills one of my own things. Like it's no skin off my back. Nice. Now I can play my Soul Ring and play my retreat. Just keep on building my board. Yeah. It feels good. Like I'm literally trading a commander, which is a card I always have access to, for another card, even in the event that someone kills it. Like to me, that feels incredibly busted. And then next turn we try again. Repulsing the creature back to his hand to draw. Yeah. If I was already pushing the budget on this. I was at the cusp of $100. But I do agree that Displacer Kitten's pretty fucking broken. That's definitely like an upgrade piece if you got the money to spare. Well, there's two interactive pieces down, repulse and swords, and now path. All right. This doesn't feel necessary. Oh, he's pathing his own creature? I want to see the log. Who cast that? Yeah, he pathed his own creature to find a land. Desperate times call for desperate measures, baby. Bushido 1. Oh god. I was like, why is this so big? But he has 2 anthems in play. This is the most amount of anthems I've seen in one person's uh, board in a long time. Flubs the Fool. Is that like a new Bloomborough card? The hell is that? Is this a real Magic card? No way. I feel like um hmm this is incredibly risky. I've had uh I've played Null Perfusion or Recycle and been forced to discard and then been so screwed. I guess you're still guaranteed to draw a card, but he's still really strong. You're just forced in top deck mode forever. Yeah, you're just playing one card a turn from your hand. Yeah, a unicycle. It's pretty darn close. You could probably alter it and get one in there between his scrawny little chicken legs. That'd be a pretty epic. You know those like hardcore unicyclists that like put mountain bike tires on their shit and go off of cliffs? That's literally what he's about to do. That's the perfect like ski jump ramp. Oh yeah, I could see Don Flamingo in there. It's the like, it's the heavy sleeves, like the really open cuffed ones. Like, if you weren't paying attention, it kind of reminds me of the pink feather overcoat he wears. This man's played a lot of assassins, or he's at least making a bunch with this rooftop bypass. I'm surprised he didn't attack with these. They have menace. Could have hit me and the middle player made 2. He only made 1 though. And I seriously doubt the player on the left would trade his third path iconoclast for a token. So I think it would have been safe. He probably could have made 3 tokens this turn instead of just 1. Oh yeah, we talked about the Staff of Hermes. You know how I said that is not the symbol for medicine? Oh, they did this weird foiling thing to it. That's kind of cool. I don't like that they gave it uh, preventing of damage. It feels very medicine-esque when the symbol has nothing to do with medicine. Oh, it even does it when it's minimized. That's cool. We're on the same page though, where I prefer that they add cards that Moto's still missing over shit like this though. Like I play the cheapest thing possible. I don't care what it looks because it all looks horrible on here in my opinion. Um, Flying in haste. Oh, this thing has lifelink too. Yeah, a little too heavy on the medicine references. All right, we're gonna try the commander again. Worst case scenario, they give me another card. Um, I feel like there are flying haste equipment out there, but what are we referring to? Are we referring to the teamer card from Bloomborough? Okay, let's see if I get to equip this or not. Does it happen? One says yes. Come on. Hey, I got it. And I got a counterspell too. I'm not blocking with this, so I'll just tap it. Get my triggers. This is where we go after the races, folks. We got a lot of blue in my hand, so we'll check blue for now. Oh yeah, the haste would make sense because Hermes is the god of messengers, thieves, and merchants. Speed is a factor for all those professions. No. Did I already get the trigger? I already got the trigger, so I guess I won't tap him. Let's see. We'll use that floating mana to also equip here. Get another trigger. Rampant Growth's pretty sweet. Unfortunately, I didn't hit another land, otherwise I would have Rampant Growth. The the right player is just learning that it's 2 per creature. Oh, this says it's a 3/4. I'd rather be shields up. I did buy my physical copy of Nadu recently. I think I bought the full art version for. I think it was retailed at $7, which is pretty good deal. I was seeing people buying them for 20 when I went to Command Fest 2 weeks ago. I have refilled my hand for my Ginger Taxes. That feels nice. Unfortunately, I can't flip him over same turn. I got my Tribute Mage, so now I can move my Lightning Greaves around. So that means I can look at the top of my library 6 times. Minimally. I could go even further if I hit lands. I kind of don't want to play the Jin until I can flip him in the same turn, so I need 9 mana to do it. Although, um, it might be safe to just drop him because if they had removal, they would have used it on Nadu before I could equip the boots. Dawn's Truce. Let's take a look at that. I don't know what that card does either. Gift a card. Oh, this is that weird ass promise stuff. At least it's 2 mana. I could respect that. 2 mana instant speed is great. What is this thing? Oh god. These anthems are looking kind of scary. This guy will have a pretty big turn too with Thousand Year Storm. I like how the tokens have it's blue menace, meaning it's being given menace. But shouldn't the text be black or white, like normal colored? I just want to vomit my hand. Like mom's spaghetti. Nine, 7. That's a relevant amount of damage. Just gotta take it. Next turn, I could start jump blocking this stuff. If I take another hit from this Ezio, I'm dead. Set frame. I'll take my turn. I'll take a look at it. Alright, we want Tribute Mage. Get my... Lightning Greaves and start equipping things for free. And then I won't be tying up my mana with moving equipment around. Nature's Claim. I'll be able to make a very informed decision here after I see a lot of cards. Hey, I got answers for the Caduceus now too. So it doesn't hurt as bad. This feels really janky though, just moving them around like this. It's wild that in the top several cards in my library I haven't hit an additional land drop. There we go. That's what we need. Target Nadu. We want green. I got a lot of green cards in hand. Yeah, it is pretty friggin' wild. Always yield for this, and then when I get to the retreat, I'll hit cancel, so I don't actually have to tap my creature down. I'm yielding where I can. I'm going to eat up some serious timer this turn, though. Right. I've already targeted Nadu a couple of times. I've already yeah. Unfortunately, I ran out of targets, so now I got a scry instead. Slowed a blue. We kind of want lands. We want gas. Put on the bottom. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna lose. I think I'll string this on for so long that I might make these guys surrender. Got my Lab Maniac. Cauldron of Souls. We're gonna Nature's Claim the 1,000-year thing over there. Running out of gas, so... Or do I leave my mana up? No. Yeah. We'll keep going. When you have it, you go for broke. And I have officially ran out of mana and stuff. Like the guy that's hit me for a bunch. Maybe he'll block with my Drake, and then I could get it back with my Eternal Witness. Yeah, so I'd like to draw 2 cards. Hey, I got a land drop. Excellent. Let's get rid of Champion's Helm and Lava Spur. Haven't made a land drop for turn. Let's untap. Let's make a green. Got a lot of green in my hand. It's green, I guess. And that is the end of the turn. I use so much time. I use 5 minutes of time just doing all that. Pretty wild. Get rid of this. Get rid of Creeping Renaissance because I could just get it back. Maybe the Slumbering Basilisk. I've seen 32 cards by turn 6. That's insane. Next turn, I could flip Jataxis and go to double my hand size. And then on the final chapter, I have an Omniscience effect with no max hand size. That would probably be the end of the game, because then I could just cast everything for free and equip them for free. I think the left player has a board wipe, and that's why... Well, if he had a board wipe, he'd be offering the Iconoclast up too in this combat. So maybe he doesn't have it. It is peculiar that he's attacking the right player with all of these, though. I'm just trying to think of all the things. Oh, I guess he wants his life total down? I'm expecting a big board wipe here, though. Yeah. That is okay. We can... Oh. He just saved his whole entire board. This does have indestructible. So at least have... Oh. Yeah, I still have this to block. I definitely took the greedy play by going after the Jin Jataxis. I should have just followed my rules and only played him when I could flip him. And used my counter magic for a board wipe. I still have another big turn to follow up. His stuff gets menaced now. Well, my stolen Ezio is not as good. I probably take 10 here. No, he's going at the player on the right. That surprises me. That's kind of a weird thing to say. The guy in the middle said, relevant protection is finally relevant. Interesting choice of words. He's casting something big. Xiao Jun. He doesn't have double white to move the Caduceus yet. He can move the Hidden Blade, though. Oh, what? He does have double white. Never mind. Did he filter it? Damn. I was looking forward to that. I wanted to get some life gain from that. Costs 7. Oh, we pay that all day here. All day, every day. Ooh, Adventuring Gear is fun. Question is, do I want to start pursuing that now? Or do I need all the mana I can get to dump more creatures into play? I think dumping more creatures is more important. And interacting with my opponents is better. I managed to redraw the negate. Well, good thing I didn't play the Adventuring Gear because I wouldn't have done jack. In that case, move my boots back over for protection purposes. Lead off a Vandal. We want to take away the Caduceus. Get rid of the Tribute Mage. Sales job. He could have tapped it down, but I guess he turned Yields on or something. Oh, he didn't have a second artifact tapped down, that's why. Sweet. We want to scry. We want to find some cards. Or lands, at least. So I keep doing this. It's nothing really worth blowing up, so I'll put that on the bottom. Have I already done this twice? I don't even remember. think I've only done it once. Thought Vessel's nice. Now we don't have to discard. Kinda shouldn't have tapped on my Yavimaya Coast. Could leave my counterspell up. Yeah, I like that plan. Just cost equip 1. Maybe I'll draw into a cheaper creature. Yeah. I don't want to piss off this middle player. There's a lot of scary stuff over there. Hit me for a ton of damage. Let's ditch the venturing gear. Let's look for more lands. Ooh, Tireless Provisioner is nice though. Alright, here comes the polymorph. What's wild is it's for everything he casts, so like even if I counter this thing, he could just... At least it triggers once a turn. That ain't bad. We'll say this is a nightmare to play online. Would not recommend you to do so. Play only in paper, and then you have to deal with the social aspect of pissing everybody off. So no matter what, it's a lose-lose from a social perspective. If you don't mind and you just want to grind people into the dust, then Nadu's your guy. We have another concurrent watcher. Hello, welcome. I wish I could tell who's watching. Doesn't tell me who is in here. Wonder if that's possible. Oh, now it says I'm at 4. Welcome. Feel free to talk in chat. I'd like to know about you, and if you have any questions about me, feel free to ask. And it doesn't have to be Magic related. We can talk about anything. There's a lot of downtime in between turns. Kind of worried about this middle player for smacking me for a lot of damage. They can get me for at least 10. They put me to 12. And I'll be really close for the... I'll be very close to the right player from killing me with an Ezio trigger. If and when he gets it back. I can Eternal Witness and get the Drake back and steal the Aroas. Why does it have Ward 1? Is it the tree? Yeah, the tree. Huh. I wonder if there's a way I could turn on notifications in here for when people join. I might play Tatyova because I'm going to be really low in life here. Turn 8, and I have 13 lands in play. I wonder if that's decent, considering how many triggers I've gotten. No, he's only attacking with one thing. That surprises me. It has pro black, so I don't think I could declare this as a blocker. Or can I? I don't mind if this dies. You can have it. Yeah, I can't even declare it as a blocker. Well, it's not as much damage. I was expecting it at least take 10 here. Maybe he really doesn't want to give up that indestructibility counter and get tagged back. Maybe that's his reason. He's got a lot of mana up. Could be Teferi's Protection. Considering how many actions I've taken this game, I'm actually not doing bad on time. The only person that's like doing really well on time is the very straightforward assassin deck. I thought I don't like DoorDash. Every time I've done it, I've gotten cold food. Just not down with it. Dash pass. There's such a thing as a dash pass. Yeah, I'd rather just pick this shit up. Hmm. Everyone's got mana up now, so I'm kind of nervous about these lightning greaves. Maybe I should have put Swifties on as like an added precaution, because now I'm a little nervous of moving them. And it's just the middle and the left player. All right. Good night, man. Thanks for watching. All right. Yeah, man. Well, you might talk to me sooner. Either before I head into work, or the weekend, or Monday through Wednesday. People are thinking really hard about what I'm doing here. Oh, yes, we need the life. This feels great. And we make treasures, baby. No. Treasure token. Gotta let the Swift Boots resolve. Doesn't matter what I get. I'm tapped. Ooh, I could float a bunch of mana. I should have been doing that. I do spin my wheels for a long time here. But eventually I'll just dump out everything, hopefully. Yes. Returning that back to play. Oh, he exiles all the graveyards? That's relevant. Just made my Eternal Witness fizzle. Now I got land on top, so I can start doing that stuff better. Hopefully I don't time out. I might time out with how slow this is going. And I'm too afraid to take my greaves off. Yeah. It's a tough one. Yeah, I'm taking an incredibly long turn. Lots of triggers now. I would have liked to get the sigil down. I would have one-shot someone. But, I don't know, I guess I clicked one too many times. Somewhere in that massive turn. Have I played a land this turn yet? No, I have not. Alright. Let's see if he has a counterspell. Or some interaction. He's trying to, I guess, polymorph into a spell that's interaction. And the reason why I had to do it one at a time with Swiftfoot Boots is because I was worried about interaction, but now I'm running out of mana. So now is the time to test if the waters are safe. And I have 2 counterspells at my disposal. So I'm relatively well protected. And every time I do it, I eat 2 seconds of clock. So I should be able to make it. I like how it still asks me if I don't put counters on everything, even though... I did hit yes to everything. I'm gonna die to timer. Shit. Oh, this is unfortunate. No. Every time I hit a land, it has a lot of triggers. And that's what's kind of killing me right now. And that's game. um, I had the win conditions in hand. I had Landman and I had Jace in hand. So I would have just drew my last card and got there. And I guess I crashed the game. That was the end of tonight's videos. I've been streaming now for 4.5 hours about. I hope you enjoyed. Uh, I would say I'll count the last one as a win. They weren't interacting with me. I lost the time, I guess. In a weird way, you could say I won and I lost. It's whatever you want to call it, but that's the power Nadu is playing it online where you have to individually click things. There's just simply not enough time in the world. Even if I was playing on a 60-minute clock, I'd be cutting it close. Um, and the other deck I won with was my Death Touching deck. That was kind of surprising. And my Shilgengar deck, I came close. I that game, if two people didn't surrender super early, I might have had a really good shot at beating the Avison player. But overall, I was very impressed by the performance of all of these. Um, I guess whatever you like the most. The Nadu deck was very dirtily, so if you know that's going to upset people, I wouldn't do it. Although you could shortcut a lot of things in paper, so maybe it's not as bad. But I could see you losing track of triggers with creatures, so you might have to like use dice and roll up on the counter. Like first time target it, go on a 1, second time put a 2, and then move on. Nah. I had negate and I had counterspell in my hand. I'm not even sure what Buster Skull does. It sounds like a counter magic spell. Yeah, it wouldn't have. I had the Jace Unwielder Mysteries and the Labman in my hand. I was just trying to draw my deck as fast as I could before the timer went out, but the 4 to 5 triggers I was putting on the stack was killing me in terms of eating my timer. If it was just moving the greaves around, it was eating 2 to 3 seconds, depending on how slow and fast Moto is working. Um, I'm sorry that you had to sit through all that for an inconclusive ending. At least you would know somewhat that the game would have ended if it was in paper. It was just too brutal to play online. And I wouldn't recommend anyone doing that. um, if you're interested in Nadu. If you're going to play them in paper, just to save everyone time. I did die to timer, so it's hard to say whether I won or whether I lost. And it truly doesn't matter. I've won enough games of Magic in my lifetime. Um, what truly matters to me is that I got to show why Nadu is broken as hell, and I got to show like what you're trying to do is you're trying to find that equipment that has a 0 equip cost, and that's why Shuko and Mantle is like a $20 card now. They're both $20 a piece. They're both commons. I think Shuko is an uncommon though. And I finished up streaming tonight a lot earlier. Only 4.5 hours compared to 5.5. That ain't bad. I did make those videos with you in them. Let's see, you were featured in. Let's see. Might have to pull it up on a separate screen here. It's nicer because like when I make the videos and seed them afterwards, you are in the Aveline Triad one, which was 2 days ago, and you were in the last. No, wait, you were in the middle in the last one. Yeah, I was playing Altair in the first game we played, and then we were against the Derevi player who made 3 goddamn copies of Field of the Dead. Yeah. And they're nice because I edit all the boring stuff out. It's just entertaining stuff. Yeah, discard decks are hard to play, man. In terms of like they don't scale the best into late game because they do this weird kind of dynamic in game experience because like you'll force people to discard cards, and then the first one that builds a card engine, they get out from underneath your thumb, and you press the other players from helping you out, and then that random player that has the engine gets away with the game, and it's especially hard when they have card advantage from the zone, then I feel like you're fighting an extremely uphill battle with a discard deck. In my experience, I rarely beat a commander that has advantage from the zone, and that's kind of like the new flavor of commander lately. Is like, is it four or less mana, and does it draw you cards or give you some kind of card advantage? And unfortunately, that's like the new norm. It's brutal. It's unfortunate. Like, not to knock on you, I think it's way too early in the game, or it's way too early in the build for you to give up on it. I hope it works out for you, um, and I hope you find like the perfect balance you need for Tiny Bones to overcome the issues that come with discard decks. Um, but maybe if you know the problem in mind, you could take steps and measures to overcome them, and I guess be the contrary to my thoughts about them. John Arenicus. That sounds familiar. Is he Demir? Oh, okay. That is kind of fun. In terms of stealing things, it's one of the most brutal things you could do in Magic because it forces people to two for one themselves. And in terms of like a numbers game, uh, stealing is really efficient. So like for I can understand why it's as powerful as it is and why people like them. For me, it's just a necessary evil in the game. It's there. It's not illegal to play, so people are going to play them. So you just have to expect it to happen from time to time. I guess what matters is the people close to you probably might not mind about you stealing their stuff. The unfortunate thing about Goad is it gets weaker the lesser players there are. Like once it becomes a one-on-one match, then you're going to be screwed in terms of that stage of the game. That seems like a John Arenicus hill to overcome. Well, I think I'm gonna take off, man. Yeah, I hope so too. I like people quitting and um, doing it early alters the game so much. I wish more people played through their outs. Like if you know you're dead on board, then it's okay to surrender. But if not, then keep on sticking it out. Surprisingly, people stuck it out in our last game. Normally, when I assemble that level of a board, people do surrender. That surprised me. So I guess my impressions don't always they don't always line up. See you around, Simpkins. Next time. Bye, buddy.